Hey guys. Oh, got some delay. Okay, I don't know what's going on with the computer today. Let's fix that. Alright. Yikes. There we go. Sorry about that. I didn't know that song was still in the queue. That was from last night's stream. I actually tried to play that on bass, but yeah, that didn't go all that well. Well, it went okay, I guess. I don't know. Anyway, enough about the irrelevant stuff. Day 2. Here we go. So, this is the current situation that we have right now with this winter storm. It's progressed pretty quickly overnight, as you can see. We were all the way over towards parts of Arkansas, West Tennessee, Western Kentucky. I'm going to click on these maps real quick. I'm not trying to look at the radar though, but as you can see, there's still snow on the ground. Unfortunately, even though some of the roads have cleared, these are likely to refreeze because the cold air from the Arctic plunge is going to be moving in. And even the areas that aren't seeing any more falling snow but have snow on the ground, expect some refreezing. So the roadways could be a bit treacherous. The Department of Transportation, as you can see, is doing their best to clear the roadways to the fullest extent of their abilities here. So even though they're doing what I would say is a very good job, if you can stay in, that probably would be the best thing. Where we have the action right now is over towards North Carolina. And actually, surprisingly, a larger chunk of North Carolina is getting more snow than freezing rain at this point. I was expecting a little bit more in the way of freezing rain further off towards the north, towards maybe Fayetteville, Lumberton, maybe even Goldsboro. Raleigh, I was expecting you to be more towards snow, and it looks like we've met said expectation. But over here towards Richmond, all snow. Virginia Beach and Norfolk were really going to be the big winners right now, and as you can see, there's some pretty heavy snow ongoing. Oh yeah, I saw that. Dang it. I keep getting cut out. What do you mean? What? Is it my mic? Maybe I should check and see if I can get some playback going here. Let me check that real quick. Alright, hey, check. No? I don't hear it on my end. I don't know what's going on. Is it any better though? I mean, the only way I could see that happening is if I have the mic too close to me, but it's all the way back over here, and the audio isn't clipping. My mic. Oh, I know what it is. I know exactly what it is. This USB connection here is a little bit janky. It has a short in it, so as yep, and there it goes right there. All right, now I got it back. I think. Is that any better? But yeah, this mic's pretty old, and I put a lot of strain on it because I did something stupid early on, trying to cut back on the amount of space that these wires take up around the room. I ended up wrapping the cord around my mic stand, but as a result, I think I ended up putting a short in my cable. So that's my fault. It's 100% my fault. I need to eventually get a mic and a preamp set up, but we're still a ways off from that. But idealistically, that's what I would be shooting for in the future. Maybe it'll happen later this year. Hey, Blondie. Good to see you. I got a little too much in the way of playback here. Let's go and knock that all the way back. There we go. Yes, everybody, make sure that you like the stream if you're tuning in, by the way. But looks like we have another. I would say this one's going to be super lengthy, but this one's going to be another long stream here. Let me get this camera out of Paducah here and actually pull up a DOT camera over towards where the action is right now, because Virginia is actually in for some pretty heavy snow over the course of the next couple of hours here. Trying to see if I can find a good camera over here towards Norfolk, or even Suffolk should do good. There is some pretty significant snow ongoing over there too. Anywhere towards the far eastern side of the state seems to be a point of interest here. A lot of action going on there. There is some notable traffic issues as well over towards the region to go along with this. So let's go ahead and see if I can't get this camera to work, please. Thank you. Wait. Ah, there we go. Okay. Alright. 1 second. It's about to be up. Classic case of me forgetting to reset these cameras at the end of each stream. There we go. Have this over towards the bottom left corner of the screen. Okay, so get the music going, and then we're going to pull up some cameras in North Carolina too. It's pretty busy over there as well. Now, I will say this about Virginia right now. They have a very tall task ahead of them, because these snowfall rates are going to be pretty impressive over there. Some of these areas we could see up to about 6 to 8 inches, and a lot of it's going to fall rather quickly. So the roadways are going to be a bit of a challenge to keep up with, I would think, in this case. Now, I will say that this area is a little bit more used to winter weather than, let's say, areas further off towards the south, like towards North South Carolina, Georgia, Alabama. So I think they have I think they stand a chance, but they have a tall task ahead of them. That's just putting it lightly. It's icy over there in Ruleville. Oh, ice on the trees and grass. Yeah, well, we did have a little cold plunge. There's actually I hate the fact that they changed it, but they put out what's called now a cold advisory. It used to be a wind chill advisory, but for whatever reason they wanted to change it at the National Weather Service. Totally don't agree with it at all, but yeah, cold advisory is pretty widespread across a large portion of the Deep South, includes my area as well, so it doesn't surprise me that we're seeing some cold weather already. It's yet to reach my area. It's 44 degrees right now, but I expect a pretty significant drop overnight. Might actually fire up the fireplace after the stream tonight. What I'm trying to do right now is pull up a camera over towards North Carolina. Just give me one moment here, y'all. There we go. thinking I'm gonna go somewhere historic. I'm gonna actually check out Kitty Hawk. One thing that some of you may not know about me is I'm a little bit of a aircraft, a little bit of a plane nerd too, especially military aircraft. But you gotta respect the birthplace of flight. Let me see if I can find. Ah, there we go. We're gonna get close to Kitty Hawk, I should say. Oh, so they moved that over here, okay. Looks like we don't have any live shots. They're just kind of... Yeah, there's no CCTV, I don't think. Or at least not in that one. You try this one then. Let me try this one then. There we go. This one I want it for now. We'll be looking at the power outage situation in just a little bit here too. There we go. This is a still shot of what we have going on in North Carolina right now. I don't know if these updates, it's actually the first time I've looked at anything from North Carolina's DOT. Like I said, I'm just kind of more or less working with what I have available to me. What happened to my camera here? Want to trade? It's probably colder down there, but we're dealing with the wind. We're dealing with not the wind, but we're dealing with the cold rain right now. We're going to continue to deal with that over the course of the next few hours. Seems like the worst of it is about over though now. Okay, there we go. Alright, so these are 2 live cameras that we have right now. Yeah, I don't think the North Carolina camera updates. You just get one still shot and that's really it. Kind of sucks. Especially for how heavily populated this part of the region is. Big concern that, like I said before, that we're going to have over towards this region is freezing rain accumulation, especially anywhere south of this I-95 corridor here. There even was concern of ice accretion up to about 1/4 of an inch, and as I've said in many streams before, once you get to that 1/4 inch range, things often get really messy here. The roadways become much more treacherous, and then the threat of power line failure begins to come into play. So power outages will be a big deal as we go throughout the day here. We'll actually have the power outage screen on here today. Still learning new tricks of the trade here, so we're getting better. Okay. We'll have that map right here. Overall, just over the lower 48 in general, we're not looking too bad. There are a few areas that do have issues with outages right now, but none of them are areas that have been affected by winter weather right now. Over here towards North Carolina and Virginia, in total, we only have about 2,000 outages between the two of them. So, pretty good job of managing this winter storm. But like I said, the freezing rain is really just now starting to kick in at this point. So, we're far from finished here. We still got a good few hours of action left to go here. Oh, it's okay. It does update. It just takes a while. That's all. Let's check out Charlotte, see what they're looking like. I'm thinking that they're mostly dealing with rain, which is good news for them. I'm also very surprised that Charlotte doesn't have its own radar site. For the most part, I think Charlotte itself got spared mainly due to the fact that this storm kind of got torn apart a bit by the Appalachians. And once it cleared there, that's when things started to ramp back up for the storm system. You can see the heavy snowfall return here on the radar. This area in the white is representing a strong return of frozen precipitation here. Let that go to apex here. So when you look at radar and you see the DVZ, that's basic, in simple terms, that's basically looking at how strong the radar return is. And as a result, the higher the DVZ, the stronger the return, and usually the heavier the precipitation, or the heavier the reflectivity. Basically, this is basically the type of radar we're looking at, is reflectivity. It even says it. So whenever you start seeing returns like 35 and up, you can expect some heavier precipitation. Once you start getting into the 50s and beyond, oh boy. That's why it's so important when you see the yellows, the red, and the oranges when you have the rain. And in this case, whenever you start seeing the darker blue and the whites come in, it's a pretty heavy snowfall. And unfortunately, another thing that we're looking at on this screen here is we're seeing new incidents occurring as this storm is, as everything's progressing with this storm system. Oops, don't want to do that actually. I'm about to move the camera for just a moment here just to see what this is. Oh, so that's just the ferry. That's just the ferryway closed. It's not an actual incident, which is good news. But it's a weather-related incident. No accidents that I've heard of so far. Up, I take that back. There are actually quite a few. Well, not. Yeah, there is quite a few. But most of these incidents, thankfully, are road closures at this time. Let's get this moving here. Oh, that layer of freezing rain starting to deepen here. Up, there's Fayetteville getting into it now. Started out as snow, and then this is where things start to get a bit dangerous here. That cold air has begun to catch up with the moisture. Shit, I can't even speak. And it is for. So yeah, anywhere on the I-95 North Corridor from Lumberton northward, this is where the frozen precipitation begins. If you end up in somewhere like Fayetteville right now, this is where the freezing rain threat really is going to start to pick up here. Let's see if we can't find a map that shows all the highways. Trying to find Fayetteville is really difficult. You have to zoom in extra close. Kind of makes things a little bit more painstaking. I'm just gonna work with what I got here. We'll go with Winterville instead. We'll just keep an eye on this screen as we go forward here, because it just doesn't look like they have any CCTV available on the website here, unfortunately. This is 3 minutes old though, so it's not like it's too far out of date. Like I said, I'm just kind of working with the best that what I have available here. It's the best that I can do. As you can see, there's not really any Cyclone port cameras within range of the event now. Only ones that are closest are all the way in Charleston, or not Charleston, but Charlotte. And as you can see, we're not dealing with any sort of winter weather over there. Let me pull up a second West Virginia camera here too. Let's look a little further off towards... We're going to try Richmond, actually. Well, I take that back. We're not even going to try Richmond. We're going to try Virginia Beach this time. We're going to try to get as close as we can to the heart of the action here. There we go. We're going to try and get a little close. I think we're going to be a little closer to Hampton here based off the cameras. Oh, wow. Alright, so here comes camera number 3. Also, just a reminder, guys, be sure to make sure that your stream is refreshed every once in a while. Sometimes you can end up falling behind. It's a thing with YouTube. It could even be an internet thing. Could be on either one of our ends, truthfully. Make a little adjustment here. There we go. Alright, should be large enough for you to see without an issue. Alright, so our 2 cameras that are in motion, these are all from Virginia right now. Virginia's getting slammed. So we're just right on the edge of Virginia Beach and Hampton over here on this top camera. Then off to the south a little bit on the bottommost camera, that is Suffolk in Virginia, where we have some pretty heavy snowfall occurring there as well. The camera that is going to be updated periodically, but is in still motion here, that is the camera for North Carolina. All the cameras are like that. We're just outside. We're looking just outside of Winterville, which is going to be a little bit further off towards the, I would say, kind of maybe towards like Goldsboro. Somewhere between Goldsboro and Greenville. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong here. I'm not super familiar with the counties in North Carolina. Yeah, look at this is what we're trying to get a look at here, is this freezing rain. It's really just now starting to get really busy over there. We're actually starting to see that freezing rain begin to turn a little bit further off towards the south, over towards northern parts of South Carolina now. This is over towards Dillon. You can see that on the map. You can see the freezing rain starting to work its way into the northernmost parts of the border here. And I'm using multiple radar sites to see if that's confirmed or if that's just one particular radar that's catching it. But it looks like all 3 radar sites are showing it, so pretty good reason to believe that there is freezing rain now starting to fall in South Carolina at this point. We'll go ahead and get all the winter weather and winter storm watches, warnings, and advisories up. I'm pretty sure there's a little bit of glitching going on here still because... Alright, there it goes, there it goes. Oh, so Washington did end up under a winter weather advisory much later down the line. Storm held up maybe a little bit better than what it was expected after it went over the apps, because Washington was always because DC was always a point of contention in regards to whether or not it would get snow or not from this system. I had a couple viewers talk about or ask me questions as to whether or not they would get anything. They did get one little snow band here, so the models got it right this time to a point. Still nothing like what it once was on models originally, where DC was in the bullseye. Let me get some water. Piece of food stuck in my mouth. There's also some good news to be had with this as well. The fact of the matter is, after this storm system moves out, we're going to be catching a break for a little bit here from the looks of it. Now, new models are going to be coming in within the next couple of hours, so I'm not going to look at 12Z at this point. There's really not much of a point at this juncture. But if that holds up true, the rest of the month should be pretty good. I haven't seen any crazy storm systems over the last few days, but as we know, the models tend to change pretty often here. Keep in mind, you get updates just about every 6 hours from almost every model. Ensembles get updates every 12 hours, so like I said, if you don't like the model run, who knows? By the next day, you could be looking at an entirely different scenario. And it goes the other way too. If you like it, don't hold your breath either. Not to sound negative, but that's just being honest. Let's check the power outage map for any updates here. I don't expect much to change, at least over this next hour or so. I really expect things to kind of pick up over the 2-hour mark, so I would say about 6 o'clock Eastern. You can start to see the snow accumulation over here towards North Carolina now. Trying to see if I can find a better camera somewhere. You can still see cars driving through it though. This last update that came in was about 5 minutes ago. I'm hearing more about road closures over towards parts of North Carolina as well, especially now that that freezing rain is starting to fall. Skin is dry. Sorry. Just keep seeing me scratch myself. Alright. I'm trying to also think of voting, of a poll for you to vote on. So I'm trying to think. What? If any of you are still in chat right now, I'll even ask you, what do you think is a good question? Right now, honestly, I got nothing. So we already got our forecast for this region here. Ouch. I'm trying to think. I know what I can ask you guys. Here we go. It's a pretty simple question. Completely opinion based. I'm pretty sure I know what most of your answers would be, but we're gonna go ahead and send anyway. Let me try something here. Ah, I found something finally. I thought I did. I thought it was a live camera. It's just the move. I guess that's just how they do it over there in North Carolina. They don't do any sort of CCTV style cameras. It's all just still shots. It's kind of a bummer. Come on. Alright, well, I guess we'll try and look up some reports then, because it's pretty clear to me that we're not going to get what we're looking for out of North Carolina. I wonder why it is that they don't do the CCT style like most other states. There are a few other states that are like that too. Okay, so I'm looking for reports right now. I haven't really seen a whole lot today. One thing that we haven't talked about is the lake effect snow. We didn't really get to cover it in the last stream, but up until recently, there's been snow squall warnings all throughout this little corridor here between Oswego and Hamburg here. One town actually got a report of 104 inches over the course of a week. That's over almost 9 feet of snow. Crazy. That is crazy. Yeah. Well, you didn't really get a whole lot in your area, unfortunately. Well, fortunately, it depends on your take. But yeah, the Appalachians did a good job of kind of stiffing your area. But surprisingly, though, the thing is, Washington, D.C. actually got a little bit of action there too. So it seems. I didn't expect a whole lot out of that area either, though. It's just winter weather advisory, so impacts usually aren't as significant with that, but it still could be treacherous to a lot of roadways. That's more often than not when you get that issue. It's more of a precautionary advisement. Oh, you like the snow, so it's unfortunate for you. Well, sorry, man. You have the Appalachians to blame for that one, 100%. Also, there are water spouts ongoing over towards Tampa, actually. Should we take a look? Now that's something I can't really picture. It's been yeah. Virginia hasn't had a super big snowstorm in a while. You broke your bike trying to ride in it. I don't know why you go biking during a snow event of any kind. I would never. Alright, so yeah, I've done all I could to check reports here, but I haven't gotten anything out of North Carolina. Not at all, which is surprising. It's almost like people have forgotten about North Carolina. Let me see if I can just continue to dig through social media. Oh, wait, there we go. I found something. There have been a multitude of accidents towards Raleigh. Oh, wow. There was a huge accident that occurred in Raleigh today. There is vehicles on fire and cars just strewn about everywhere. What is going on here? And the heaviest snow is still ongoing in Raleigh as we speak here. As you can see, I'm going to have to zoom out a little bit. Yeah, this is Raleigh right here. They're square in the middle of this heavy snow band right here. If you guys remember what I was talking about with the DBZ earlier. This area right here, we're getting to 40 to 45 DBZ. That is heavy snow. It's going to cause some major issues over there. Then further over towards Fayetteville, it's about to get pretty bad. Yeah, this snowstorm is starting to rage over here now. And nothing out of Fayetteville yet. So far, everyone who's voted, by the way, on the voting poll has said snow. I'm inclined to agree with you. Oh, look at the snow and the ice begin to pile up on this roadway here. People are still out in it, but there isn't like a mass exodus of people, which is good news, but still concerned to see multiple cars out there at a time. Let's hope that less and less people go outside for this one. There's just really no need. I'm sorry, I'm going to take a quick look at Tampa, by the way. 'Cause I've been hearing a lot about potential water spouts. I do see some offshore supercells here. There is a chance we may end up getting a tornado warning up here later. Or down here later. There's definitely some spin with some of these. If you know anyone in Inglewood, Florida, you need to be on the lookout over here. St. Petersburg, Tampa, Bradenton, I think they're going to be alright. This little frontal part of this squall line here is definitely set to cause some problems. Wow. Alright, so we'll jump back to this area in a little bit. Obviously, we still want to cover everything that's going on over towards North Carolina right now, so we'll be kind of bouncing back and forth from here. I can feel the temperature starting to drop over towards my area. Definitely starting to feel colder in the house. The air is not on at all, so just kind of tells me what time it is. And the sun isn't supposed to set for another 2 hours. I think I'm going to try to pull up a little camera over here in Florida just in case. I doubt that we'll get a visual of any water spouts. Because typically, if they're coming on shore like that, they're most likely going to be rain wrapped. But we're going to shoot our shot anyway. Why not, right? Absolutely. I'm gonna try to do is get a beach view If it's at all possible. Alright, we got one up. Alright, so we're going to keep two cameras here on the side. We're not going to make these too large. It's more of a just-in-case kind of deal. Been a while since we've had this many cameras up at once. I think the last time we tried this was about a month ago, and it was a lot. Thought I had two of them up, but I guess not. Well, it's probably about to start dropping from this point. Right now I'm still showing 44 in my area, but it's about to drop. I can feel it in the air. Like I said, sunsets are not expected for at least another 2 hours. Well, actually more like an hour and 45 minutes, but still. It looks like we only got one camera, I guess. There we go. I got it fixed now. It's just being a little bit non-compliant here, but nothing we couldn't take care of. Now we do the other part. That freezing rain line is, that deformation zone, I guess you could call it, technically speaking, is only continuing to build to the north just ever so slightly. What I'm thinking is happening, and I'm going to try to see if we have an up-to-date surface analysis here. But what I'm thinking is that low pressure has begun to deepen, and hence why this area right here might be starting to warm up to the point where we end up seeing some of that frozen precipitation coming into play. So anywhere north of here has been snow, has been all snow at this point. But what'll happen if that low begins to deepen, which is probably this feature was all the way back here, so this is an old update. What will tend to happen is towards the lower levels of the atmosphere it'll stay cool, but towards the mid levels it'll warm up. So as a result, I'm thinking that for the most part we'll be dealing with frozen precipitation throughout the state of North Carolina. We're going to end up staying as all snow over towards eastern parts of Virginia, but right here towards the central part of the state, the southeastern part, is where we're going to start dealing with more of that freezing rain. Looks like we lost those special marine warnings over towards Florida. We may not see any action over there. If that doesn't end up being the case, that's no sweat off our backs. But just in case any action occurred there, we wouldn't be missing it. Oh wait, no, there they go again. Special weather statement. Oh, this is in Montana. Wow. Must be for winter weather over there as well. It's not uncommon to see mountain snow, hence why we don't really cover it a whole lot. People are gonna be like, "Why are you covering this?" It just happens it happens here all the time. Err. Six of you have voted so far, and all of you have said you would rather deal with snow over ice. Not much of a surprise there. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that all of you are going to be in pretty good agreement there. Every time we look at this last screenshot from the North Carolina camera, it only seems like the snow is only intensifying. Even though we can't see it live, the fact that we're watching things progress still is pretty It's pretty cool to see. I can't lie. There's something scintillating about watching a snow event occur in real time, where you see the roads being clear, and then over time things begin to transition to a winter wonderland. It's exactly what we're seeing. Even though it can be inconveniencing, there's also really nice atmospheric aesthetic to it. Also, while we're at it, let's go over some snowfall totals from last night, if it's at all possible. Alright, so I'm going to read off some totals that we got over the last 48 hours. So this is, of course, including yesterday, but the storm technically started on Monday, late Monday night. So if you were over towards the western side of Kansas City, over towards Topeka and Manhattan, we got on average about 4 inches. Some 4 inches. Some spots may have snuck all the way up to about 5, close to 6 inches. Further towards the Kansas-Missouri border, especially towards central parts of, or extreme east central Kansas, extreme west central Missouri, we got up to about 6 inches. There are some pockets, like just to the west of Joplin, that got to about 8 inches. Springfield, Missouri was a bullseye. We got about 8 inches over there. Then we have another bullseye over towards the east or west, of Park Hills in Missouri, 8 inches. Then towards Cape Girardeau, we got about 6 to 8 inches there, with isolated totals being higher. Over towards Tennessee, for the most part, the consensus was about 1 to 2 inches. A couple isolated pockets of up to 4 inches did occur towards the northwestern part of the state, along I-24 here. And then, of course, we're still waiting for our totals from today, and that won't be until about 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Or 6 a.m. Central, I should say. To do. Almost messed up on the computer here. Almost ended up taking out the stream, and I didn't mean to do that. That would have really upset me. Alright, we're going to check the radar again. Oh, wow, look at that. Big push from that freezing rain here on this last scan. Some very heavy freezing rain at that. So Goldsboro, LaGrange, and Kinston in North Carolina now are starting to get into the action here with freezing rain. We were starting out as snow, and I'm pretty sure a lot of people would have rather have kept it that way. Unfortunately, that freezing rain threat is continuing to extend off to the northeast here a bit. So this could complicate things in regards to our travel situation. So that little squall here that has the water spout potential is just now starting to make it on shore. As you can see on the cameras here, the rain is beginning to fall. It's going to be heavy at times, but I do think that the overall potential of a landfalling water spout, which would technically make it a tornado at that point, is starting to decrease. Like I said, we're still going to see some heavy rainfall from this, but the tornado threat might be dropping off now. It was a small chance anyway to begin with. This was one of those days where we had a non-severe threat. With any garden variety thunderstorm, there's always a chance that it could produce something of severe criteria. But in this case here, we just had this little oddball squall of storms here that had potential to produce something. But once this goes inland, I expect the threat to drop off completely. We're just going to have a steady little rain for a bit, and then after we watch this clear out, we'll be right back to business as usual in Florida. It's nothing uncommon for these guys, truthfully. Let's get back to winter weather here, though. Put some socks on. It is getting chilly. I can feel the difference. My socks from yesterday. I don't know why I took them off when I went to bed, but I think I'm gonna put them back on for now. Alright. Maybe tomorrow I can go wash my clothes. Yeah, I think we're about to get rid of those cameras for now. Alright, we've almost been live for 90 minutes. I guess in about maybe 15 minutes we'll check in again on traffic reports, and also we'll try and take a look at some of the totals if it's at all possible, because this freezing rain is going to become a big deal. It's going to become a big deal pretty quick. Like I said, the big concern with this really is just going to be ice accretion Further towards the northern part of the state, I'm thinking more just snow accumulation, but where we got that snow and ice mixed in is also going to be a major traffic hazard. Power outage totals are increasing ever so slightly over towards North Carolina. I would anticipate those numbers to rise. So I just usually go off of the DOT. You can actually just pull up their website. It's accessible to anybody. And then you pull up the maps. You look on the legend. You make sure you check the box for cameras, and then you just kind of look where you want to go. Look towards wherever you want to go. It's different for each state, though. Some cameras are really good, whereas others are, like North Carolina's cameras, for example, you don't have any live cameras. You just have still shots, but they update every few minutes or so, as you've been seeing. Because if you remember earlier, towards the beginning of the stream, that this road was mostly clear. Things have progressed very quickly now, and you can clearly see that we have a lot of snow and ice starting to funnel into the region here. So somebody finally picked ice. Maybe they're trolling, or maybe they do like ice. I'm not judging. We finally had somebody who was the outlier. I respect it. I have no issue with that whatsoever. Me personally, I'd rather deal with snow though. Just a little bit safer. Then again, they might also be a hockey player too. Which is, well, if I'm being honest, something I've always kind of been curious about, but when I played street hockey, I played goalie. So it's not like I was doing much skating or even running. I was just basically sitting in my spot, pissing people off by blocking the goal. A lot of people had a hard time getting past me. Oh, and also, I don't know if you consider this a camera here or this view here. This is a power outage map. All you have to do is type in poweroutage.us, and that's pretty much your source there. So, yeah. Just wanted to make sure I mentioned everything. You can see that snow continuing to come down now. On the North Carolina camera, even though it's a still shot, you can see the snowflakes. They're pretty big. Even though I have the screen pretty small. But yeah, here's a better view of it. Those are some big old snowflakes. Some big old snowflakes. Also, to anyone that's been tuning in for the first time this afternoon, make sure you hit that like button. We're almost at 15 likes. I think 20 is possible. You gotta help me out in order to get there. Can't wait for this cold snap in so I can shave. Where's the top cam? That's in Suffolk, Virginia. Or is it? Hang on, let me check and make sure. So I got two cameras from Virginia. Okay, so the bottom one's from Suffolk. This one that we're looking at is just off of I-64 and mile marker 267. This is heading eastbound. But yeah, both of the. So this is like, I would say a little closer towards like Hampton, Virginia Beach area. Oh, no problem. I can't wait until the 6 o'clock model updates come in. I'm eager to see what lies ahead on the GFS. In fact, I'm pretty sure that the models will be finished updating within the next probably hours, like within the next hour or so, maybe 45 minutes even. Oh, what the heck? What, the snow? What, this snowstorm? No, it's not. It's not going to get weaker. It's just going to continue to move off to the north and east here and then eventually head offshore. And then from that point, we'll never see it again. Only the cold air will remain, which is typically how it goes. But yeah, it's not gonna. But if you're thinking that it's gonna try to rear back towards the west, unfortunately, I have bad news for you. Sorry, bro. Sorry to dash your hopes, man. I really am. But I'm not gonna lie to you either. But that's also why we're going to take a look at the GFS once the model finishes loading. So that way we can talk about what could be next. Because remember how I made that voting poll in the last stream in regards to how, or in regards to whether or not there would be another winter storm. A lot of you guys said no. I haven't had a chance to look at the GFS today all that much. But I did take a look at a long-range climate forecast. I wouldn't be so sure that we're done with winter storms for the season just yet. I think there may yet be a couple of more opportunities. Obviously, looking into the long range is a bit complicated because things can change at the drop of a dime. But looking at the long-range pattern, I don't think we're done just yet. I feel rather confident that there's going to be a couple more opportunities. Just where they will be is still the question. Well, historically, March is often a wild card month because you would consider that a transition month. Because we're transitioning from winter into spring. So, the thing about it is, we could still see several snowstorms even, just with that month. And then April, you never know. Personally, I think by April we'll be on a pretty notable warming trend. However, if not, that's still fair game too. We're getting steady freezing rain still as we get into Fayetteville here. That freezing rain is almost on the way to making it to Raleigh and Durham. That deformation zone's actually growing. Just watched those scans earlier. It's a pretty small area. Look at the size in which it's grown. If you've been watching the stream since the earlier part, there was actually nothing here. It's just snow and a little bit of light rain, but very quickly things have changed. These low pressures are kind of deepening as the storm is going off to the east. And this is why we were thinking that there was going to be a bullseye for snow over towards Norfolk, Virginia, and then over towards Kitty Hawk and areas like this. You could get a little mixture of freezing rain and some snow here. So far, from what I can tell based off of the roadways and some of the grassy areas, we could have as much as about an inch of snow that has fallen. I would say at least about half an inch towards areas further to the south. Up north, over towards Kitty Hawk, we could easily have an inch, maybe 2 inches. Because those snowfall rates were pretty impressive. I wonder what the... Okay, this is Florida still. Special weather statement, probably for 40-mile-per-hour winds. Let's see what we got here. 40-mile-per-hour winds, just as I thought. No real surprises there. that actually seems like that'd be pretty cool. To actually have a Easter egg hunt in the middle of snow. That actually seems like that'd be pretty fun. A really good twist would have been adding a game called Manhunt to it. You have a team of people hunting for eggs, and then you have actual hunters. And then the hunters can also poach the eggs. I think that'd be a pretty cool game. At the end of the day, I'm still a big kid. I'm still a kid at heart, but I'm just overgrown, that's all. Well, yeah, I mean, as long as the eggs weren't clear colored, then yeah, they're gonna stick out like sore thumbs. Yeah, that makes sense, though. Oof, wow. Okay, I have to go take to the restroom real quick. I shall return momentarily. I'll be leaving the radar on. Be right back. Sorry about that. Also forgot I needed to water my plant. I do have a plant. It's indoors, of course, obviously, because you don't want your plant, but because that plant in particular is not really well suited to be out in 40-degree temps. Oh, look at that. And speaking of temps, I'm looking at my computer screen right now, and it's 41 degrees outside. We just had a 3-degree drop within an hour, and like I said, the sun hasn't set yet here. So that just tells you the cold air that's coming in. So it'll be a pretty frigid night. And that's also the big concern with any areas today that it's seeing rain and still has a little bit of that ponding going on right now. Expect some of this, unfortunately, to refreeze. Hence why we still have those winter weather advisories in effect. Because it is going to make those roadways very treacherous at times. Black ice will be likely at this point.
YouTube Premium is ad-free YouTube and the YouTube
Yeah.
Music app all together.
Alright, so that playlist is ended. We're off to another one. No, bro, I don't smoke. I don't smoke. I actually don't know the name of the plant, actually. It was a gift from one of my nephews. I never was able to figure out what the actual name of that plant is, but it almost grows around. It almost kind of. I would show it to you, but it's in pretty bad shape because there was one day where I did kind of leave it out when it was cold, and I was in a rush to go to work that day. Then I'd forgotten about it because I was exhausted after work. So, yeah, plant's in pretty rough shape. I've been keeping it in the house ever since then. Trying to water it, trying to clean out some of the dead leaves on it. But yeah, I don't smoke though, so no weed. Besides, I live in an apartment. So, that would be a great idea. Because no one totally snitches on anyone out here. There's totally not a whole bunch of snitches out here. I like that little pinch harmonic the guy does. That little one where he kind of drops it off almost like a dive bomb. That one's amusing to me. Ooh, aloe vera. Yeah, I only have one plant. I just don't really have a lot of space to keep them. My mom has a couple plants as well. She does a pretty good job of taking care of them. Oops, wrong one. I think that's where I made my mistake with my plant. I think it was just a little too much sunlight, and then overnight it also had gotten cold, which didn't help things. So some of the leaves have browned out quite a bit. Some of them have completely died. Those I've kind of gotten out of there. Oh yeah, aloe vera, yeah. I'm very familiar with aloe vera from some fishing trips I've been on over the years. Surprisingly though, I only ever got sunburned maybe 2-3 times. My brother, on the other hand, he used to get it like super bad. Alright, we should be set up now to get a look at the GFS here. Might have to wait a few more minutes though, just in case. Well, I might just wait a couple more minutes to pull that up. Yeah, probably another 15 to 20, I don't think. Alright, so we got 10 of you that have voted, by the way, and there are 2 of you that have actually picked ice over snow. Interesting. I'm kind of curious to know the reasoning, but hey. If that's what you prefer, man. Nothing wrong with that. Not at all. I might change up these camera views real quick. I'm gonna see what we have available at the very least. The ice looks pretty, but it's very dangerous. Oh, here we go. Here's a look at some freezing rain accumulation now we're about to get a look at. They didn't get much in the way of snow, but they definitely have gotten some ice on there now. You can see there looks like there's water on there, but it's very shiny. And typically when that happens, that's a clear sign of black ice occurring. Eventually, this will transition into a full sheet of ice before all is said and done here. You do not want to be out here with this on the road. You absolutely do not want to be out here with that on the road. So we're going to keep this on I-64 right here. You can see the heavy snowfall occurring here. People have slowed the speeds down, which is really good news. Oh yeah, the worst thing you could do is slam your brakes. That is absolutely the worst thing you could do. You think that would help, but it's actually very much the opposite. You need that traction on your tires, and you're not going to get traction on ice if you slam. And it only gets worse if you slam your brakes. You gotta almost kind of let it coast, and that's why you just shouldn't be going fast to begin with. I've only ever had to drive on ice maybe like once or twice, and I really did enjoy it. It's very nerve-wracking. We're going to move a little further inward into the city of Suffolk here. Like I said, looks like towards the city they've done a really good job of treating those roadways and keeping them under control. North Carolina power outages are also starting to spike now. We're now sitting at over 2,000 customers without power. The color is yet to change yet, however, because the yellow, we would need about 10,000 people without power. I do think that there is a chance that we get there, so we keep watching this. We might see a little shift there on this map as time goes on. But I remember a little earlier we were only at about 200 people without power, so we've gained 10 times the amount of power outages that we did towards the very beginning of the stream. And the snow was already falling by the time we started here. How many outages in Virginia? We're up to about 1,300, a little over 1,300 over there in Virginia. I wouldn't expect as many over there due to the fact that we're not really getting much in the way of freezing rain. It's all kind of staying in the North and South Carolina areas. Anywhere where we're getting power outages might be from a slightly different situation here. Can get power outages from snow systems as well, but I think the impacts over there are going to be relatively minor. Oh, that's from the last storm? Oh. Well, if that's the case, then not really much has happened from this storm system then. Seems like we might have gotten a little bit of a break over here in the action at Suffolk. Or Suffolk. On these cameras that I've been looking at, I haven't seen much in the way of snowfall. Let's look a little further to the east now then. There we go. We're looking over towards Chesapeake now. You can still see the snow falling on the screen here. This is where we're getting towards the most significant totals. This is over, by the way, this is George Washington and Luray Street that we're looking at. Excuse me. let's go and check and see what the latest reports are. Trying to find reports. It doesn't seem like they don't seem like they're that easy to find here, sadly. That'd be interesting. Okay, here's some reports, finally. Had to do a little bit more digging. Three and a half inches have already fallen in Roanoke Rapids. This is towards the far northern part of the state. Oh, wow. Yorktown, Virginia. Wow. 4.5 inches. Y'all still probably have another couple to go. If I'm being honest, because I mean, based off radar, we're not finished just yet. You need to go a little. You need to go to the radar site a little further north, but there's still some pretty heavy snow left to go. I wonder where these blizzard warnings are in effect for. Most likely Alaska. Oh wait, no, that's Montana. Yeah, and some of these areas we could see snowfall rates of above an inch an hour. So 6 inches of snow for the region, maybe even up to about 7 or 8, is definitely within reason. In fact, I'm pretty sure that's what this meso discussion is for. I'm really surprised at this point, though, that we have not gotten a meso discussion for all this freezing rain that's over here to the south right now. I haven't seen anything on freezing rain reports yet, though, but I anticipate that to change. Let's go over towards Virginia, see what else we might find here. Yeah, I guess not many people are talking about it right now. Yep, not many people are talking about this. Alright, let's see what the latest models have available. So, cause I'm thinking we should be finally done with uploads here. No, we're not. Dang, the servers must be slow today. Let me see if Radar Omega even has those. Nope, they don't. Yep, we don't get gale warnings on here. That's kind of crazy. See if we get wind advisories. Wind advisory is the closest thing that I have available. Yep, nothing going. Nope, no gale warnings. Yeah, I can't pull up gale warnings on here. That's wild. I pay $12 a month for that. I can't get a gale warning. Might need to start looking for another app between all the glitching that's been going on lately with this thing. Maybe NOAA. Hopefully it stays open within the next 3 years. We'll have what I'm looking for. Okay, there it is. Yeah, it looks like the only thing I have of it looks like the only way to pull up gale warnings is to have the weather.gov website itself up. Windfinder. Oh, I've heard of Windfinder. I rarely use them. Oh, you're a sailor. That's why. Yeah, usually I do a lot more coverage inland. Can't do as much towards the coast. Or usually I'm not able to. This is just a one-man operation. Well, mostly it's a one-man operation. Yeah, it would be pretty nasty to try to go out in this. I can kind of see something. It looks like they issued a wind advisory for this, but I can't click on it and pull the details up on screens. Okay, but I did pull up the weather.gov site and I'm able to see it now. I can actually get the details. So this is from Wakefield. This was at 3:27 when they originally issued it. Just as you were mentioning before. Gust up to about 30, 35 knots. Blowing snow as well. Hazardous waves. Basically, they're saying that you should probably avoid going out there. Gusts up to 40 knots are also possible with 3 to 5 foot waves expected as well. I could have swore at one point though Radar Omega did have these available. But shows what I know. That's not what I wanted to do. I'll look up Windfinder, try to get that source ready for whenever I would need it again in the future. Oh yeah, I have used this before. I had a viewer tell me about this when, I think it was during Hurricane Beryl when it was going through Jamaica. I think this was how we looked at it, since Jamaica didn't have any radar sites available to us. I think I hear knocking at my door real quick. You might not be able to hear it over the music, but I think I hear some knocking. I'll be right back. Might be one of my, I think it's one of my neighbors. I will be right back. I'm gonna keep this screen up though. Just gonna So somebody was knocking on my neighbor's door, not mine. The neighbor's door is like right next to mine, so there was that. So it often sounds like someone's knocking at my door when they aren't. But just to make just for good measure, though, it's always good to check. So we're watching this move off to the east now, finally. Starting to see some progress here. It looks like Fayetteville, North Carolina. Make sure I'm emphasizing that, because there's a whole bunch of cities with the name Fayetteville in it in different states. But Fayetteville, North Carolina, it looks like we might have maybe another 45 minutes to an hour of freezing rain before this clears out. Then once it does, we're in the good. We'll deal with a little bit of remnant snow flurries, minor accumulations possible from that, and then we'll watch that clear out of there. We still have some heavy snow expected here over towards Greenville. You may get a little bit of sleet and freezing rain mixed in at times. Maybe on the back end you might get a little bit of freezing rain before you transition back into snow. Raleigh and Durham, I expect you to stay all snow at this point. From Richmond southward, I'm expecting all of you to remain at all snow at this point. A little further towards the state line is where I would expect some of the most significant accumulations, with the Norfolk region in particular, Virginia Beach areas being the bullseye. And then for North Carolina, over towards Elizabeth City seems to be a big bullseye as well. But yeah, some of the heaviest snow is about to start to enter Norfolk here in a little bit. Maybe just to the south side of town over towards Chesapeake. Alright, I'm about to check now and see if the GFS is finished loading, so that way we can kind of get a better look at what's going on. Just a quick rundown of the cameras we also have on the screen for anyone that's wondering just what we're looking at right now outside of the radar. This first camera right here, over here is towards Chesapeake Bay. We have another camera that's showing I-64 towards mile marker 267. This is just over towards Hampton still that we're looking at. And then of course we have our camera in North Carolina. This is a static camera, but we do get new updates about every 5 minutes. We're looking at US 301 between Bud Hawkins Road here. Alright, so I guess while we're at it, let's go ahead and pull up GFS. Wow, that's still not done yet. Also, if you're watching right now, just make sure every once in a while you hit that live button as well to make sure that you're up to date on the stream here. Sometimes with YouTube, you can fall behind by a few seconds, up to a few minutes even. If you let it, it can actually put you like 20 minutes or more behind. So just make sure you're getting the most up-to-date information here. Just make sure you're toggling your browser, your mouse a little bit over the video. Just make sure you're on time. So a quick update on the power outage situation that we're dealing with now. No major changes. We've had a slight increase in outages over towards Virginia. We're at about 3,000. North Carolina's at about 1,500, so we've actually had a little drop off there. Okay. I think GFS should be one slide left. Okay, we can work with that. All right. So we're going to take a second here to get a look at what could lie ahead in the long range here. There's been some speculation that this could be the last winter storm of the year. Others have said we're far from finished. Let's go ahead and get a look at the models here. Not to mention it'll be a little bit more helpful once we get the outlook for next month to go along with this. So kind of a big reveal with this one, so to speak. But enough putting it off. Let's go ahead and get into it now. So let's switch the screen over. We'll still have radar Omega here on the top left corner of the screen. We'll have a small window for it though, so that way you can keep an eye on the radar, of course. Be right here. Okay, so this is what we're dealing with currently. We're taking a look at the jet stream. What we're mainly looking for is troughing from systems like this one. Anything that kind of digs a little bit further to the south here warrants a little bit more attention. Then there's one other detail we look for. It's a little harder to read on the screen here, but the 540 line is our 32-degree line. Whether this pushes north or south a lot with those troughs is going to determine more often than not who may or may not get winter weather. So as we go forward here, you can see this storm system rolls out, and this one's positively tilted, so I wouldn't expect a whole lot out of this system. Pretty weak. From that point, we enter a zonal pattern where at the most we might expect chances of rain over towards Texas, and that's really about it. As far as winter weather is concerned, we're a little too warm across the board here, and this looks like, for the most part, how we will end the month, or so we think. We see a little bit of troughing occur again towards the very end of the month, and this may yet, although it's more or less hearsay at this point, set the stage for maybe one last storm to pop up for the month of February here. The question that I have with this system is whether or not the moisture ends up outrunning the cold, which is a classic situation that we will often deal with when it comes to winter weather. Now, we'll watch this trough move out. It'll cool down just a little bit on the last day, 28th here. Then after that point, we start to get another trough moving in to start out the month of March. We have another cool down set up, and then with this is where things could get spicy on the severe weather side of things. But it looks like we could still potentially at the very least get 1 week of peace and quiet, potentially. But the thing about it is, it's not like there's not going to be any storm systems out there at all, or any rain or anything, but it's not going to be of any, it doesn't look like as of right now there's anything of major significance. Keep in mind, the further we look out into the range, the less confidence we have, because remember, these models update every 6 to 12 hours at minimum. Some update even faster than that. So just kind of take this with a grain of salt, especially as we get towards this time frame, which is about 300 hours out. We're almost looking 2 weeks in advance at this point. It does look like, for the most part, winter weather pattern does slow down until we get past this first week of March here. Then we're kind of back and forth here, and like I said, not a lot of confidence as to what's to be said on this particular set of the run here from March 1st onward. But do need to keep an eye on that. I'll give you guys a better look at something you're a little bit more familiar with. We'll look at the precipitation type here too. We'll give the best of both worlds here for anyone that's a bit more of a weather nerd like myself, or weather weenie, whichever one you want to call yourself. And then there's other, then this is a little bit more familiar. Obviously the blue here, snow, green is rain, pink is freezing rain, and purple would be mixed precipitation. As you can see, as we go further along after the storm moves out, things stay rather quiet. Out towards the west, of course, we have a little bit of mountain snow, but even then we're starting to shift more towards rain. Like I said, even with this pattern quieting down, it's not like we won't have 0% chances of any kind of precipitation. I have a little lake effect snow here and there. And then of course a little bit of rain sprinkled in as well. But for the most part we end up staying too warm for rain chances up until that 27th time frame here. This could be a winter event for the Ohio Valley. Obviously at this range there's a lot of uncertainty. But if this does pan out here, we could see a little bit of action on the backside of this low pressure field. More than likely for a lot of regions will start out as rain and then end out as snow. Unless you're up towards the interior northeast, well, you'll probably start out as snow and most likely finish out as snow. And after that, these small clipper systems, we'll have to keep an eye on those. And then of course anything that could form in the Gulf during that time frame in which that cold air is furthest to the south could complicate things a bit and make them a little bit more interesting. But for the most part, the weather pattern itself is not super active. At least not until the very end of this run, which like I said, I don't have a whole lot of confidence at this range here. But it's some things that I will be keeping an eye on and bringing up in future forecast videos. Make sure you get that bell on to make sure you get notified of any time I post those videos as well. So the little notification bell next to the subscriber button, make sure you hit that so you can be updated in the future. Simply put though, that's kind of what we're dealing with as of right now. A couple other things we could take a look at to go along with this. Looking at the 6 to 10 and 8 to 14 day outlooks here, you can see that we're on a pretty good warming trend across the board here. We're at least either above average or right at average for a large part of the lower 48. Interestingly enough, Florida is the area that's going to be dropping below average, albeit just slightly. Then as we get towards the very end of the month, there's that cold snap that we were talking about just a minute ago coming back into play with that trough. And then we'll see how that coincides along with the precip outlook. And as you can see, for the most part, the US is relatively drier than average. In both the 6 to 10 and then 8 to 14, we kind of flip the script a little bit. We're getting back to being a bit more active. Like I said, the type of precipitation really depends on where you fall with that 540 line. Areas a little further towards the north, especially over towards the Ohio Valley in the northeast, I'm thinking we might get more in the way of snowfall, frozen precipitation. Off to the south, I think we're going to pretty much stay as rain. Like I said, a lot of this is prone to change. We're looking pretty far in the range at that point. Then I guess we'll go back to the GFS for one more thing. We're going to get into the details of when we're going to have the most dangerous cold air available to us, or the most dangerous cold air, and then we'll see when that clears out. Because make no mistake, the cold air that we're about to get is, for some of us, it's going to be the coldest air of the season. For others, it's just going to kind of be a kick in the face. Because out of nowhere, we were sitting at one point near about 60, 70 degrees for a good chunk of the country, especially over towards the deep south and the mid-south. Now, this is coming in, where we're dealing with 20, 30 degree temperatures. So, one thing I'm a little concerned with is the immunity of some. As we go further along here, you can see, if you're over here towards the Midwest, we're actually going to be hitting below zero temperatures here over the course of the next couple of days here. As time goes on, especially as we go towards the 24th and onward, we do get some relief, and then right after that we go right back to it once again as we get towards the 27th and 28th. Cold air is not going to be quite as significant as this last punch here, but nonetheless it's still going to be a bit problematic. Then we have another push as we get towards the 2nd and 3rd of March here. So like I said, still going to be kind of flip-flopping a little bit here, depending on how the storm track is going to determine a lot of things in regards to our weather to come here. Like I said, definitely stay tuned because we're going to be staying on top of this. Just off this look right now, you would think that it's not going to be anything. But then again, this look may very well change within the next 6 hours. Not trying to scare anyone, but definitely urge you to pay attention at least. That being said, let's go ahead and get back to radar Omega here so we can take a look at the rest of this winter storm here. Like I said, I think we still have another couple hours before this heads out. You can see that freezing rain continuing to extend outward towards the north here. Some of the larger cities are still going to be spared from this though. I'll expect it to drop colder. If I'm dropping down to 24, you're more than likely going to be heading into the teens over the course of the next couple of days. So make sure you're warm. Make sure you're bundled up. I sure will be. Like I said, I plan to, probably a little bit after the stream, I plan to fire up the fireplace. Yeah, I have no blankets on right now, but the temperature keeps dropping. Soon I might be. Alright, so 12 of you have voted. And the majority of you have said that you would prefer snow. Not a surprise, but 17% of you have said that you would prefer ice over snow. You would rather deal with ice over snow. I didn't really specify the totals either, so like I said, another open-ended question. We like those around here anyway. But yeah, we'll go ahead and end that poll for right now. Oh, you can see the slush and ice just everywhere on that North Carolina camera here. This was at the point where that freezing rain was really starting to pick up now. So you can see the stark difference that we had earlier here. But you can tell that that's not really as much snow as much as it is more so ice at this point. Some snow could have still been mixed in, but for the most part that's freezing rain that we've dealt with over here. And with that, the concern for power outages is only going to start to go up. So far, the numbers are not all that significant. We're staying below 2,000 customers without power. Very well managed so far for the people of North Carolina. And we're starting to get people getting their power restored from the last storm system over here towards Virginia. We're down to 840. But yeah, over here towards North Carolina, I would expect power outages to start to go up just a little bit more. If they can stay under 10,000 without power, that would be very good for them, especially with those areas that I would be more concerned with freezing rain accretion. But here, right here on this screen here is where we're looking at that road that is beginning to be completely covered in ice at this point. Yeah, you can see it really clearly. A thick sheet of ice has kind of overtaken the area at this point. I think I might wrap myself up in a blanket in a second here. My feet are getting cold. Florida has 5,000 people without power right now. Surely it's not from that one storm that we were just looking at earlier. 40-mile-per-hour winds can sometimes knock out power, but it doesn't happen all that often these days. When I was a kid, it happened more. But even then, that was still kind of few and far in between. Yeah, I think I'm about to get a blanket on my feet, at the very least. The lower half of my body needs to be covered. Because, jeez, it feels very drafty in here. Alright, much better. Okay. Let's see if we can keep that lower half warm, then the other half will eventually be alright. Old decrepit blanket that we have here that I've had since that we've had in the family since I was a baby, actually. Surprisingly, it's still holding up. It's not in great shape, though. Oh, well. Sorry about that, guys. Thought I had the radar moving. Turns out I didn't. Had the wrong screen moving. Honestly, I think probably within the next hour and a half, the worst of this system is going to start to be moving out here. So you can see that North Carolina is almost done. Virginia might be done even sooner. Still have this little chunk of Delaware in the action here. Parts of Maryland as well. Yeah, within the next hour, though, a lot of this is going to be moving out. I'd say probably about 8 o'clock Eastern, 7 o'clock Central, this will be over. Pretty sure most of you are probably in Eastern time. Okay, that'll be what the next poll is.
You're watching YouTube, but did you know there's a YouTube
Oh,
music
advertisements.
based on
Stop.
whatever mood you're in? Get YouTube Music Premium.
I refuse right now. Alright, so this is the new poll here. All you watching right now, also make sure you've hit that refresh button if you are watching at this time, just to make sure that your stream is up to date. But name your time zone. Obviously, a lot of you know that I'm in the Eastern time zone, so no real surprises there. But in any case, though, don't be shy. Feel free to vote. It didn't cost you anything. Alright, it's probably about time to change the cameras in North Carolina, the camera that we have in North Carolina now. I don't know how many of these honestly have night vision on them anyhow, but I don't like the fact that there are people going down this road currently, because a lot of the folks down in the south in particular do not like slowing down. It's not a good idea over an icy road. Nothing good ever comes out of that. So this is over towards Providence, North Carolina that we're looking at right now. We're kind of shifting back towards where the heavy snow is more so than the ice. we're really just trying to find cameras that are well lit, because like I said, it doesn't look like we're going to have much in the way of cameras that have night vision or anything like that. So, just trying to go back towards the more population dense areas. Still have one more bullseye, and of course, like I said, this is right along that deformation zone over towards Greenville. It's going to be heading towards where our camera is momentarily. Still have a good bit of wedging occurring here too, so we still got a good bit in the way of freezing precipitation that may make its way towards the coast here. Nope, no lightning today. We've been using the single sight radar just about the entire stream, so if there was any lightning, we would have seen it. So no thunder snow today. I know, it would have been cool to see it. Apparently late last night in Kentucky there was and also in parts of Missouri there were thunder snow reports. But none today for the stream, at least. Maybe earlier in the morning it could have been. Then again, I kind of find that hard to believe too. But yeah, that just kind of shows how rare it actually is. Which is why I think it's so well appreciated, is the fact that thunder snow, thunder ice, all of that is extremely rare. You have to have like the right conditions in order to get something like that to occur. I myself have experienced thunder snow maybe 2-3 times maybe in my lifetime, and I'm 30 years old. It's quite an experience, especially if you're outside, because you almost never would expect it. Okay. So let's see. Wonder what else we can add into this stream here to keep things kind of interesting. We don't want it to be too mundane, obviously. The best thing you've seen? Yeah. Well, I see fog all the time because I live right next to a river. And especially during the winter time, what will end up happening is those air temperatures will drop below what the river surface temperatures are, and we'll get some pretty significant fog in the mornings. Almost as thick as pea soup, honestly. So mornings get pretty interesting, especially whenever it's cold. You often will end up like having to almost defrost your car completely, even if it's like 40 degrees outside and there's no ice on it, simply because the fog and humidity is just that thick. And it is really hard to defrost and de-ice your car whenever it actually like gets cold. Not going to be looking forward to that when my work season starts. Speaking of which, I actually need to check my phone for an email. That reminds me. Okay, the email isn't there that I'm looking for. Yeah, like I said, I think another hour of this and this is gonna be out of here. Alright, so we got 2 people that have voted. Everyone's saying Eastern time. Technically it'd be 3 if I could vote, but since I made the poll, obviously YouTube won't allow me, which is fine. Honestly, I don't care that much. See how far back this deformation zone goes. Can I get access to this radar, please? Can I get the Wilmington radar, please? Or Myrtle Beach radar? Okay, there we go. Alright, so the cutoff point is Dillon, or just to the northwest of Dillon here. So basically, this section right here is our entire deformation zone. So anywhere to the north of that, you're going to get heavy snow. And it'll be just to the north of that too. Right over here. And just out here is where the heaviest snow is going to end up being. You always look for this area if you're looking for heavy snow. So this is where the atmosphere is most ripe at the mid-levels, which is a key factor for winter storms. Especially if you're going to get that heavy snow, that really thick snow that's really good for making snowmen and having snowball fights, etc. You can continue to see the verification of that as you go further north. The snowfall, there is a nice little feeder band off to the north here, just around Richmond right now. Right around where the high pressure is. But notice, the further to the south you go, the stronger the return on the radars for that snow. Hey, Grant. I'm doing pretty good. Just kind of watching the tail end of this event here. How about you? I'm really looking forward to the slowdown that might come after this. Let's hope I didn't jinx it. Yeah, I remembered you saying that you were sick the last couple of streams. Hopefully you've gotten better now. PlayStation's going to enter rest mode in a couple minutes. Let's let it. Heck with it. Nothing worse than that sinus pressure, I tell you. Just make sure you keep yourself warm over the course of the next couple of days. Because I think a lot of people are going to start getting sick because of how rapidly we transition from being a little closer to average to being about 10, 20 degrees below average again. Some areas being as much as about 40 to 50 below average. Fortunate, and especially for those poor souls that are dealing with below zero temperatures. Ouch. Yeah, things are about to be back to normal for me too. It's March 10th. Looks like I'm back to work. Or I'm back to full-time work, I should say. Make sure you drink some vitamin C. Of course, make sure you eat. Make sure you eat well, eat regularly. Try to eat warm foods. Try to keep some balance on the plate as well, of course. But yeah, if you stay on top of it, you won't get sick, and even if you do start to get sick, it won't be too bad to where it would be like long lasting. My mom used to be a registered nurse, and she always would give me those little tidbits of advice. Greenville now is starting to see some heavy freezing rain now. I might try and shift my attention towards Greenville real quick on the middle camera here. Because where we've been looking so far, we're still dealing with heavy snow. And I'll anticipate that to continue for a while. There may be a point where this transitions back towards freezing rain at the tail end of the event. Nice. Yeah, that will definitely help. I remember when I used to take those little vitamin C tablets at one point. But typically what I do nowadays is I'll make some lime water and I'll have some ginger with it. Like I'll have ground up ginger and I'll pour it into the cup and mix it together. Definitely helps. I'm trying to get more natural. I'm trying to make more natural like supplements nowadays. I'm trying to clean up how I eat. My family does have a history of medical issues, especially as they get older. I mean, I do eat. I eat rather healthy, but sometimes it can get a little bit expensive. But I'm trying to find ways to work around it. Yeah, I'm looking forward to getting back to work and being outside for a bit, I can't lie. Also, guys, just a polite reminder, make sure you hit that refresh button or that live button whenever you put your arrow across the screen here. Make sure that you're on time with the stream, because some of you may be falling behind. Probably about, I would say, about a teaspoon. No more than a teaspoon. Because if you put a lot of ginger in there, it can be a bit overwhelming. So, especially if you're not used to it. So yeah, no more than a teaspoon. Make sure you know that it's a teaspoon too. If you say tablespoon, you are if you go ahead and go the tablespoon route, you are a very bold individual. Then again, there's a handful of people I know that actually eat ginger like just straight up. I'm not at that point. Not yet. Maybe one day. If you're trying to ease your way into it without jumping into the deep water, about a tablespoon will be all you need. But the more you put in there, the more you will taste it. But it's also, I would also go as far as to say though, it's also really good for regulating you, for allowing yourself to be regulated. I'm not gonna really get into the details there, especially if anyone's eating right now. Yeah, I've had ginger candy too. I have no issue with ginger candy at all at this point now. I've never gone as far as to eat just straight up ginger yet. I will one day. Yes, ginger is extremely strong if you eat a lot of it. It can be overpowering a little bit. But it also helps give you a little bit extra energy. And that was a great example as to why I didn't go into full details with that. Because Emmanuel here is downing tacos. No, we're not talking about redheads. Though there's nothing wrong with them. I'm actually talking about, like, ginger, like the actual plant ginger. And hey, if we're talking about ginger, we can also talk about that metal band from Ukraine, too. There is that. Then we'd have to talk about Tati, but she's married, though. Yeah, I don't really have any turmeric in the house yet, but I'm trying to work on that. What I really don't like is my bones been popping so much lately. Yeah, I'm trying to get more natural remedies in the house in general. Trying to build myself up for whenever I get to stabilize things and get back into the gym. Get my gym membership back. There's one thing that I do miss is getting into the sauna. I would used to do that before I would get into a live stream. Also have my little bit of peppermint oil and eucalyptus mix. Always helped to clear my head. But yeah, I'm trying to definitely get back to that. Try to reform some of the old good habits that I had. Not saying that I'm completely out of shape, but definitely not what I used to be. Let's say about a year or two ago. Orange oil, that's interesting. A sauna? You don't know what a sauna is? That's surprising. Sauna's a cool place. Sauna's a really nice place, but... Oh, orange oil is good for stress. Might have to check that out. I might have to check that out for sure. But to answer your question though, Grant, what I was saying is a sauna is basically almost like a heated room. Oh wow. Well, I didn't see one. Well, to be fair, I didn't see one till like the early 20s. But yeah, sauna is basically like one of those little heated rooms, or it's basically like a steam room. there's two types. There's the electric sauna, and then there's the natural sauna, where they'll actually have like a little I don't know if you would actually call it like an actual like little heated area, but you would have there would be a heat source, and then you would have rocks over them. And what you would do, if it was a regular sauna, you would pour water over the rocks. It would create extra steam in the room, and then if you were to put like certain oils over it, it would give like a nice relaxing fragrance. Usually whenever I go in there, I like eucalyptus oil and peppermint. I like a little bit of a mix. Definitely want to try to dilute peppermint though if you go that route, because that's extremely overwhelming. Man, I wish what I would give to go back into the sauna again with those oils. But yeah, there's the electric one that you don't want to have, that you don't want to pour water into, because you will probably destroy it and maybe start a fire. So just a reminder, folks, water and electricity do not go together. You'd be surprised how many people fail to realize that still, even as adults. Just saying. Not looking at anyone that used to go to the gym I went to that would dump like almost a whole gallon of water in there, trying to saute everybody in the room. But yeah. Anyway though, I wonder if yours was like electrical or if it was the traditional one. Because the one that I went to, the gym that I go to, or I've gone to, it was electric, but people kept throwing water over it, even though it clearly said on the top of it, don't pour water on the rocks. It's an electric sauna. And if you are going to pour water, you should pour a very small amount, if at all. Nice, traditional. I've yet to go in a traditional sauna. I really want to though. I hope one day that I get an opportunity. Oh wow. Well, that's rough. Yeah, my parents didn't have a gym membership at any point, so I always had my own up until last year. Life happened and I just couldn't afford it anymore. Then on top of that, I moved so far away from the gym that it was really kind of no point in continuing with it. I do not have a tent, unfortunately. Otherwise, I actually would try it. The only thing that I have is a fireplace, which I'm grateful for in its own right, but unfortunately, I don't think I would be able. I don't know if I'd be able to pull it off. I probably could, but I don't think I would have. I don't think I have the right rocks as of right now. But yeah, I'm just gonna wait till I can get back into the gym, which will honestly be a couple months from now. Just a couple things I gotta stabilize first. That's all. Just gotta catch up on some bills. one thing I'm gonna check real quick. This is actually gonna be more to do with the music we have here. Trying to see what else might be from this label right here, so that way we can kind of change things up. Don't get me wrong, I love Jacob, but we're trying to add to the repertoire. Okay, so I found this group here. Anyone that may like what they're hearing with this one, this is not Jacob Lazard. This is actually Metal Eternal Records. This is a record label that does instrumentals for death and thrash metal. They have a decent little catalog here. And they're from Canada too. That I didn't know about them. Here's the link to that channel too. Yeah, I think everybody is EST at this point. I mean, that's fair. But yeah, 5 people have voted, so I mean, pretty fair. Just trying to get to know my audience a little bit more. If I could get more than 1% of my audience to be tuned into streams at once, though, that'd be pretty cool. We've had a few instances where we've gotten up to about 30 to 40 people in here. Most of the time that happens during hurricane season, though. Also, if you know any other metalheads that just want to know about the weather every once in a while, just share me to them. That's another way to help the channel grow. It doesn't cost anything. Or if you guys like have any social media groups that you're in. Oh, you're heading out soon? Yeah. We're probably going to be here till about maybe 8 o'clock. Because I think by then that's when this freezing rain and the ice is going to be cleared out pretty much. And we'll just have remnants at this point. So yeah, probably another 30 minutes or so and we'll be out too. So it's getting really cold in here. I want to stay ahead of it, so I'm probably going to be turning on the fireplace momentarily. But yeah, definitely, please, people, share this channel so we can get more people in here in general during these live streams. So that way, whether we're covering winter weather or severe weather, you have an active chat. You as well, Smokey. Hope to see you later. Alright, man. Have a good night. Actually, no, we're not doing it that way. We're doing it this way. There you go. This is Jacob right here. Yep, that's Jacob. Oh, hey, we got somebody from Mountain Time here. We do have a Mountain Time viewer here. Alright, so I'm trying to gather some reports here so we can give a rundown of everything that's happened both before and during the stream. Reports from North Carolina are kind of few and far in between though right now. So it's proving to be a bit of a challenge, but I think I might have a way around that. Up towards the, okay, so here's what we have so far. Up towards the northern half of the state of North Carolina, we have potentially up to about 5 inches of snow on the ground. Totals are slightly higher over towards Virginia Beach and also towards Norfolk, where the bullseye was always expected to be. We could easily have potentially up to about 6 inches of snow on the ground from today. We have probably another 30 minutes, so we could maybe hit 7 inches depending on the area. There may be isolated totals that could be a little bit higher or lower, so there's going to be some variance there. As far as freezing rain is concerned, I have gotten no reports on ice accretion. I do think that we've at least hit about a tenth of an inch, because based off of some things based off of some of the radar imagery that I was seeing, based off of the radar returns, I would say we've been dealing with freezing rainfall rates of about maybe 0.03 to 0.06. And considering that this has been going on for the last close to 2 hours now, there is a good chance that we have seen close to about a tenth of an inch, maybe a little bit more. I don't think we're going to hit the quarter-inch mark, which is great news, considering the fact that everything begins to kind of ramp up a bit once you get towards that range. So there's some good news to be had there. As far as the snowfall and the freezing rain, I would expect that to continue over the next hour. We'll be here for another 30 minutes. I would think, depending on how things look on radar, we may stay longer. So I'm looking at so I'm looking on the socials right now to see if there's any other reports that I could scavenge here. I'm seeing some silly stuff on here from the Weather Channel. Must be nice. Jim Cantori out here ordering pizzas for people in Atlanta. Meanwhile, he's stuck in the snow. Well, not literally stuck in the snow, but he's literally out in the snow all the way in Norfolk. That's pretty funny. Oh, it's starting to turn back into rain, so yeah, that's probably about 8. This is it. There's a little bit of, there's going to be some remnant snow still on the backside of this system. But as you can see, the heavy stuff is just about out of here. Go back this way, make sure that we got a good look at the rear, the back end of the system. Yep. What you see on this radar site over here, just outside of Durham, Raleigh and Durham here, this is it. Alright, folks, I'm gonna step away for just a moment here. I need to get myself set up for dinner after this stream, too. So, I'm gonna at least take a look and try to get stuff thawed out real quick. Just give me 3 minutes. I'll be right back, though. Alright, we're back. Alright, hopefully I'll see some of you all tomorrow when we do the March Outlook, or the first of 2 March Outlooks. It's gonna be one this week, and then we'll have one next week, which will be the final one. And then we'll probably be doing a spring outlook to go along with that next week as well. So still going to be more content on the way, maybe some bonus content as well. If you're really interested in additional weather content as well, consider becoming a member. Obviously no one's required to, but if you want to support the channel, you can become a member. It's about $1 a month. Just saying. Anyway, though. It's a nice riff right there. Let's take one last look at the power outage map. Well, actually, probably this will be a second to last look. So we've had a recent spike in power outages over towards Virginia again. This is mainly, I would expect this to be mainly over towards the, yeah, it's over towards the eastern side of the state. In particular, I think it's over towards, I'm trying to get a better look at that little piece right there. Okay, so that actually isn't a state. That's just a water. That's just a riverbed or a lake bed. So Albemarle County actually is where the outages are heaviest right now. We have over 2,500 without power, close to 2,600, and then over towards Buchanan County, about 300 without power. But overall, though, for an area that's been going through a winter storm throughout the course of the day, that's not bad. North Carolina also, which honestly had been where I had the greatest concern, is doing pretty well also. Towards Onslow County is where we've had the greatest amount of outages, but it looks like the impacts have remained relatively minute. Hey, John Joe, you live in Charlotte. Yeah, it looks like towards the back end of this event, looks like you haven't really gotten much anything. Maybe it was earlier in the day. Of course, the Appalachians kind of robbed you of that one. Formed a little dry slot in that storm system, and then eventually it recovered as it went further to the east. Oh, you did get some? You got a little bit of snow? Okay. But it's probably a lot less than what you have going on when what's going on a little further to the east. Yeah, you'll have a little bit of wraparound snow, but I wouldn't expect a whole lot in the way of accumulation or anything like that. There is some wraparound snow on the back of this even. If I were to go back on the radar a little bit, you can see these little, you'll be able to see like these little small feeder bands popping up here and there. Right now, you don't really see a whole lot over here. This is the Michigan, right? Not the Michigan, Michigan. This is the Tennessee radar. This is the Morristown radar. I don't know why I was about to say Michigan, or why I said Michigan. But yeah, you can see these little small little feeder bands kind of wrapping around the back side of it. But yeah, most of these are going to be so light to where they don't really cause any accumulation. Real issue is going to be anything that melts overnight. It's going to end up refreezing. So threat of black ice is going to be pretty high. Hence why those winter weather advisories got put into effect. Or a big reason as to why. You still had some snow to go with it, but the big concern is going to be more so into the next morning. Alright, I might as well take a look at Charlotte. Hard to believe football season is already over. But yeah, the areas off to your east got slammed. Some of these places got up to about 3 to 5 inches of snow. Some places up towards the far northeastern corner that have made it all the way up to about 6 inches plus possibly. I'm almost certain it will, because a lot of the deep south here is under what's called a cold weather advisory. I don't really like the name, if I'm being honest, that they came up with, but basically it's saying that the weather's about to get very cold. Wind chills could get potentially dangerous at times. The threat of frostbite is increasing, basically. But they used to call it the wind chill advisory, but for whatever reason they decided to change it. Why, I don't know. I do not work for NWS. Unfortunately, it seems like a lot of other people might not be soon either. let's go back to the radar here, see what we got. You caught me honestly on the tail end of this event because once the clock hits 8, I'm probably going to call it a night. It's not going to be much more to really cover at this point. There's going to be black ice. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but there's going to be some black ice. Shoot, even towards my, well, not towards my area, but areas up towards North Georgia, I'm almost guaranteeing black ice there as well. Hey, we already knew what we were getting into before this storm system even arrived. So, in reality, it's not all that surprising. Just hopefully people stay on their P's and Q's and ensure that, that is my ear, and ensure that they can avoid any sort of incident. I think that's what I'm most concerned about. That's what I would be most concerned about. Alright folks, there's a couple of things I'm looking up real quick to get ready for, well, the next few videos and also live streams in the future. So, apologize for the silence. But, stream's just about over anyway at this point here. Just a reminder, we may have another 30 to 45 minutes of frozen precipitation falling across the region here, along with some occasional wraparound snow on the backside. The snow beyond this point is not going to be significant. It may slicken the roads up in the worst case from this point onward. Be on the lookout for black ice from beyond this point, to where whether you have frozen precipitation on the ground or not, anything that is wet will refreeze overnight. So if you do have to go out tomorrow, practice take proper precautions if you're having to drive or just travel in general across the area. From this point though, at least after that, will be cold for the next couple of days. Make sure you keep yourself warm, and then as we get towards the start of next week, we're going to start to warm back up, and as a result, a lot of this will begin to melt. It'll be a pretty nice end to the month for the most part. There may be one other storm to potentially watch. We'll see what happens with that. But essentially, that's all I have for you guys. Appreciate you all tuning in. Don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe, and I will see you tomorrow with a video very soon. Till then, have a wonderful rest of your night.